city streets passing by underneath stormy skies.
Did she say stormy skies?
Neon
We're back.
signs in the night, red and blue city lights, cargo trains rolling by. Once again, someone cries. Trains and winter rains, no going under, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone. Every time it's the same. One more night, one more train. Everywhere empty roads. Where they go, no one knows. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone. Trains and winter rains, no going back, no going home. Trains across the plains, and in the sky, a star alone.
And we'll just say hello. We need to get cracking and making the nightly video, the weekly video for our members. And but we'll preface this should folks tune in a little bit later and want to know what's up. We are back. We got knocked on our keister here for about 5 or 10 days. Well, knocked us offline for a good 10 days. Won't happen again. We will next year invest in a house-wide alternate power system and also Starlink because part of it was power and part of it was internet as well. But we're safe and sound, and literally the eye of the storm passed right over us, and hard to believe. But in any case, we wanted to punch up and give everyone a chance to see the markets. This is really the first opportunity, other than on Friday, for a little bit, and we were able to get that little trade plugged in there. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to sing out. I'll try to make it a point to look at the chat function, and but we're also going to be. I've got to get to work right now and give all of our members a thorough review of where the markets are. They've had a hell of a run for 10 days, right? They really have. I have seen the highs. The breadth of the market, we have it very, very strong at this point, but it's reading, we're getting a reading of about 75%. Now the market can go higher, can broaden out. It's been persistent, but we're going to go through our paces again for our members and get a good peek. But we do see some divergence once again up at the highs. It's what they do. And so we got to be thinking about a counter trend move coming back the other way. If you've been long and riding it, congratulations, that's great. I would be thinking about getting some profits in the boat. And I would not be thinking about committing new money, even on a swing basis of 10 days or anything like that, or, beyond a couple of days, on the long side up here. I would not. It's not to say that they don't continue. We have the election right around the corner, and everyone's thinking, well, they know what they know, and the election is, not this week. We still got another 2.5 weeks. It'll be very volatile. And it's not to say that we're going to know the outcome of the election either. I think it's safe to say that we won't know the outcome. It may be weeks, it may be months, which could present some issues. We did see the first time in 2016 when Trump got elected, the markets cracked really, really hard. And it was a fantastic trading night because the markets went crashing down. And just as soon as some on the left could take credit for Trump crashing the markets came roaring back and never looked back. Now, is something like that in store? I don't know. There might be, but we're scratching up at the highs. So I got to think that you know that we're going to pull back I'm not saying a crash necessarily, but a pullback, a healthy pullback before the election. I don't think we can sit up here that long. But if you got any questions, but again, thanks to everybody that sent us notes and stayed with us a little bit. Sorry to have done that to you. We just really didn't have any choice, and we did have backup power. Well, we did and we didn't. One of our auxiliary generators, small one, seized up on us the night of the hurricane, and then we were able to secure another. But that was purely for auxiliary, and we had no internet. So it was for a few days there anyways. It was kind of like a war zone. It was really kind of crazy. Um, so it's funny how that sort of thing can just kind of, crop up. But so again, you always live and learn. It's not possible to live your life without risk. Not possible to trade without risk. It's just part of where we live. And we did know all season that the storms were going to pose a greater risk to us um, toward the end of the season because I think it's La Nina. They got El Nino and La Nina. I think it's La Nina. But we knew it was going to be back end load. It's still there, in fact. And we don't, knock on wood, we don't expect anything in the next couple of weeks, but we still got to deal with it on this side of Florida until November, right? So everyone's like, okay, enough. We've had record amounts of rain this season. And of course, this was that was absurd, the amount of rain that came down. But in any case, next year we'll have full power. Won't happen, and we'll also have Starlink as a backup. We're definitely going to do that. That's for sure. So, any questions on the market? Let us know, and we're going to get cracking on the nightly video for members, and we'll let you watch. Once again, we're just going to poke our head in here and say hello to everyone. We are back. It feels great, really does. Any questions, let us know. We wanted to punch up and give every one of you of Swing Machine and the markets tonight. We're busy making the nightly video. We're going to have that done hopefully in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We'll compress it and get that out to our members. Thanks for all the kind messages we got from a lot of folks. We're fine. We're in one piece. The house is in one piece, and it was a hell of a storm. Didn't think we were gonna get knocked offline like that, but we did. And but we're just fine. It is great to be back. Probably the longest stretch that I've gone in a long, long time. I mean, I don't years, maybe decades, without having some view of the market. Um, but I will just say this on an initial reading, if you're coming by on YouTube, we're scratching the highs. We're scratching the highs. We already are picking up on divergence, and the breadth of the market has been very good and very high. However, for us and for what we do as traders, if you've been long and you've been riding it, great, congratulations. You can hang out. Although I would be inclined to be taking some profit, and it is not in a place, I can tell you right now, for what we do, it is not in a place where we would commit new money. No, no, not to the long side. In fact, we're going to be putting on some bearish option trades tomorrow for our members, and going to show them what is available in the options market to do this. And in options, we will trade going out 35, 45 days, and so that's going to incorporate the election. And in futures, we trade in intraday. But I know it's been a hell of a run, but we are picking up on divergence, specifically the percent B on the S&P, and that can be a wonderful marker. Now, it may still be another couple of days, but I think we're going to get probably a pretty good. I don't think it's going to go. I know what people are probably thinking, and we're going to go all the way to the election and all that. I don't think so. But in any case, and just, we're just mentioning to everybody, we live and learn. It's not possible. What we're saying, is what you guys all know. It's not possible to live life without risk. It's not possible to trade in the markets without risk. These hurricanes are a risk in Florida, and it's one that we choose to accept. We did know that the storms are back end loaded for the Gulf Coast when I think it's La Nina that we're under right now. So we still got all of November. Hopefully it's going to be quiet for the next couple of weeks. Hopefully we don't get any more. But it was a doozy. I tell you what, it went literally right over us. Um, and I had to go out at the peak of it, and the rain was just so unbelievably, and it actually hurts. But I had to, make sure that our pumps and everything were still running. But in any case, we're glad it's over, and our community that we live in took a pretty good punch, and so we feel very fortunate that we're high and dry and all in good shape. So, but we are back in the saddle. We're going to let you watch here tonight, making the nightly video for members. If you have any questions about the market or anything in particular, feel free. And I'll try to, pay attention. I'm going to have my eyes also on what we're doing in the video, but I'll try to come back and look at the chat. We are literally, I am thrilled to be back, really. It's just, these storms just make a hell of a mess. They thin out the trees, that's for sure. Had some, and fortunately our trees stayed up. We had some huge oaks. Just a few houses down from us. Um, a lady had two oaks, huge. I'm talking oaks, from with a wingspan of maybe 6 to 7 feet across diameter, both down, taken out. Just, it was unreal. But in any case, you see all the images. and those poor folks up in North Carolina. But next year we'll have a more complete backup power. We had auxiliary, um, for just for emergency basis, and but no internet. So we're gonna make sure that we have Starlink. Um, for a whole host of reasons. Next year for sure. So any case, it was um, it was a doozy. It was a doozy. And we thought that it was pretty much over at one point. I was just Susan said, "Well, don't you, don't speak too and it was just as that, and then we all got these alerts from the county, and I was like, here it comes. And it was wild. But any case, enough of that. Um, any questions, let us know what you watch. And if members, please know we're working on your nightly video for the Sunday edition, and we'll have that com out and compressed to you very, very shortly. Have fun. Once again, if anybody's got any questions on what you're seeing, let's just take a look at the S or well, first the VIX. Let's put the VIX onto the daily, and we see it at 40. Let's go to the S&P and let's put this, we'll go to the 5 minute and let's put it on a daily. And what do we see? Up here at 80. So we do see divergence between the VIX and the S&P. Now, it doesn't mean that the S&P can't go higher. It could, but if it does, I don't think it'll be there very long. And so it's gotten a little ahead of itself here, to say the least. So we would be thinking, we're starting to see it, that's likely, the S&P, and if the S&P pulls back, so won't the Nasdaq. So we'd be thinking about playing it as a counter trend move um, with options, and probably want to do that tomorrow morning proportionately. Let's put the VIX back to a 5 minute, and then just for giggles here, let's put the ES on a 60 minute. And it was 18 hours ago. It was back at 2 a.m. on Friday. We'll put this back to a 5 minute. I know what it's been doing because we're halfway through it. It's been a hell of a run for 10 days here, but we are seeing divergence up here at the highs. You may not want to come in with futures and just try to, fade it with futures, but constructing using call credit spreads, um, even some puts, put debit spread, and playing for the pullback with the divergence that we see and giving yourself plenty of time, probably likely to be over the next 20 days, if not sooner, probably this week even, but rather than trying to hit it right on the screws, is give yourself plenty of time, 35, 45 days. And but if you've got any questions about who we are, by all means, be sure to visit the website. Our apologies for again for getting offline. Uncle Milty at that SOB came through and just made a hell of a he just made a mess. If you have any questions, I'll be periodically looking at the chat function. If you have any specific stocks you want us to look at, let's just look at the Renko here. Let me see if I can pull this up. And this is where it is. Here's the S&P on our Renko. You might favor the long side, under accumulation. We get all that, but it really, we had this sideways action for so long, and then they just busted up. We had a little sell, and then there's the cover, and you got a cover, and here's another C point. They still want to take it up. Um, so what we need to do is stop going up, need to come down, take out this swing, which is down in here, get back into range and give us some sort of structure to shoot against. Let's go back to our intraday. Hey Tina, yep, everything's fine. We had a little storm come through, and so that knocked us offline. We were without power for a bunch of days and internet for a bunch of days, and it's kind of like a Mad Max down here in Tampa. It was the worst storm that in all the years that we've lived in Tampa, we've had some hellacious storms. Usually they're coming from the East Coast, but this is the first one that obviously hit Tampa, right on the screws. We had them go south, we've had them go north, just north of, and we always got a glancing blow, but this one hit us right on the chops. We're fine. And so thank you, and we're all in one piece. It just disrupted communications, and next year we're saying we're spreading the word. We're gonna have a more complete backup power and also Starlink so that we don't get knocked down like that. Some folks still without power, believe it or not, and some still without internet. Um, but it isn't nearly as bad as it was. Still, middle part of next week was we didn't get power. I don't know. Was it like Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Wednesday, thereabouts of last week? So we were down for a while. But we're back, and the markets have been roaring ahead. Let me, do I have here? I want to just show you something. Let's see. Um, I want to see if we get the retail trader. We did this earlier. Um, let's see here. Here it is here. Bear with me. Okay, so we lost this. We did the math on this. I can do it now. Um, These are the stocks this is the moving averages, 5-day, 10, 20, 50, and 200, and we can get a quick glimpse. These are the stocks that are racing higher off of the 5-day and pulling the market higher. But what is the overall breadth of the market? And what we do, I still got my numbers here. We made a video on this. We can come in here and I'll do this. I have the numbers right here. So edit. And what we'll do is we'll come in and we've already totaled this up. The number of stocks that are over their 5-day is 345. The number of stocks over their 10-day is 367. Oops, no, 367. The number of stocks over their 20-day is 374. Oops, not 375, 374. The number of stocks over their 50 is 384. And the number of stocks over the 200 is 408. So pretty strong looking market, probably on all of your charts that you might be looking at, especially with moving averages. Um, yeah, we're on the West Coast. Oh yeah, we're fine. Yeah. Our community got hit pretty hard. Big, beautiful homes. Some of them, we have a lake here that's never flooded, and it flooded. We weren't near it. Fortunately, when Susan never wanted to be that close to the water. But the lake flooded like we've never seen. Big, beautiful homes. The water went right up to the roof line. Just terrible. Um, so we're gonna hit OK. And so this will tell us what percent of the S&P stocks are over the 5-day. 69%. 10-day, 73%. 20-day, 75%. 50-day, 77, and the 200-day, 82%. 82% of the stocks are over. Now, the overall breadth of the market is 75%. 75% of all the S&P 500 stocks, the most important index, we believe, are over all of their averages. So that's why everyone is feeling so bullish and so rich. And that's just when you want to look out. That's just when you're like, okay. Notice the background here is shrouded in red. So could we go to 80? Could we go to 90? Yes, we could. We could. But the background is going to get brighter red and red and red. Because when everyone is in the boat, when everyone is on one side, you know what happens. The market will pull back at minimum. I'm not saying it's going to crash. Not likely to do that necessarily from here. But so how do you play it? If you are long and you're watching your IRA go up every day, good. I'm happy for you. If it were me, I would be selling into it. Not completely, but I'd be raising cash levels. I might be getting some puts in place, getting a little defensive. That's all. If I hadn't didn't have any money in along the market and I was getting FOMO, fear of missing out, I would just, chill out, go fishing for a couple of days, go play some golf. Um, you're not missing anything. Don't chase. Don't chase. Not a good idea. It never works out well. May work out for a couple of days and then it won't work out. So you don't want to go FOMO. Um, this will also, and you may think like, well, oh, it never comes down. It does. There have been a number of times just, in the last few years when this was underneath 20. So when we get above 70, we start thinking pullback. And this is just one tool, but that's just one. At 75, we're definitely thinking pullback, but we'll still be, even if it goes to 80, we'll be thinking pullback. Um, Especially if the 5 day can, get up to 80 as well. When it gets below 20, the background will be green. And we've seen instances where less than 10% of the stocks are over any of their averages. And it's a bright, bright green. And that's when you just want to buy anything and everything because it will come back. I don't know if it's going to go back to the old highs, but that's what you want to do. So this is a unique tool for us, and our annual members have this as well. This calculation, we have to do it. We have to go in. We use this in other ways too. It saves us from having to go from chart to chart to chart and look at the moving average and the slopes and all that nonsense. But it can kind of tell us, where the fast money is going. And before the hurricane, Humana, I remember was getting trashed. So I don't know if it was earnings, but Humana is racing. And it looks, probably gonna, yeah, it could certainly go higher, get above its 20, but Netflix is having a good time. This is Lamb Western, iSurge, Intuitive Surgical. That's the robot surgical is looking pretty good. United Airlines has been doing very well. Not sure what that's all about. Maybe they're all on cruises or something, not well, flying around. America Airlines as well. So I just share that with you. And but again, thank you, Tina, and thank you everyone for the nice wishes and we're glad it's behind us. Um there's always more. Let's go here. I'm in the wrong here we go. There's always more that you can do on these storms, you can't be, too prepared, but you can't eliminate the risk of wherever you live. It just is. It's part of the cost, the price of living in Florida, and we're okay with it. We like living here, and don't like those things. But now this home now has gone through quite a bit. I don't want to challenge it at all, but um, it's masonry and it's brick and pretty, like a fort. But there's still other things that we can do as we learn. And it's just that we were without power for a little bit. Right on top of it, not only did we lose power, but then we had a backup generator that seized up on us. But um, but they were pretty good. We were able to get another one, so we weren't totally without any power, but it was limited. Like I say, next year we'll have an auxiliary and have or bigger one and have Starlink for sure. I was thinking about it. I was during the summer months um, earlier. So if you have any questions, you want us to look at anything, let us know. I'm just got to go back to making the nightly video for our members. I got to get it compressed and posted. They have their own member website that they can go to and see some of the trade opportunities that we'll highlight and the algos are highlighting. And I am just thrilled to be back. So we'll let you watch though. So if you are thinking of fading the market, which I think is reasonable up here. I do, especially if you're thinking 35 to 45 days. You've got a few you get a few ways of doing that. I'd go after the S&P, maybe even the Nasdaq, but certainly the S&P up here at trading at 5,900. Is she going to go up there and touch 6,000, 6,100? I mean, it's possible. But then again, she may not either. And so you could certainly go in, you could go into the options market in the morning or later in the day. And if you're thinking of, putting in so much money, maybe you just do a quarter of that and maybe use the SPY, maybe, 35 to 45 days. I think buying a put up here, the VIX is is pulled in a little bit, is reasonable. You could also, and that would have the biggest, it's risk defined. That would have the biggest payout opportunity if you get the pullback and you're doing it out beyond the election even. If you want to forego the payout and you just want to play the probabilities even more that you're going to make some money, it might be to sell a call credit spread, something like that. Um, but here we're certainly not going to chase it up here and commit new money and that it's a new bull market or doing that. No, we're not doing that. No, nope. The crazy thing is with that hurricane too is I wasn't really sure. I mean, it's going to do what it's going to do. It's either going to be, a direct hit on us. We're inland, but it was still right over us. I mean, we had, 100-mile-an-hour winds for sure. And incredible amounts of rain. In the I'd say in about 8 hours, 8 to 9 hours, we have a person that has a rain gauge that said we were close to 19 inches in our little town. 19 inches of rain in that time. It's just unbelievable. Um, Water's got no place to, just it's just unreal. Um, but the other piece was if it had gone north of us, there would have been less of that. But South Florida got the tornadoes. So if it had gone north of us, we could have got the tornadoes. We didn't get the tornadoes. And the tornadoes is what really, is spooky. And we got it just before the storm hit on what was it, Wednesday evening or maybe, yeah, Wednesday evening. We got a tornado warning, but we were hearing about the tornadoes that were hitting in South Florida. And normally the tornadoes that spin off out of a hurricane are usually short-lived and very localized, but these were full-blown, Oklahoma style tornadoes. I mean, they take the whole house right off the foundation. And they did. They did. Just so you don't want I wouldn't want that at all. But you're gonna get what you're gonna get. But like I say, we have within, you know, well, my neighbor right across the street, oak tree came down. All in our entire neighborhood of about 100, our little neighborhood of about, we live in a bigger community, but ours has about 125 homes. There were a bunch of trees down, but every single one of them fell away from the house. Huge trees, huge trees. Any one of them came down would have been, could have killed somebody or just crushed the house. Um, just maybe three or four houses from us. Um, Lady had, I described it, two oaks, massive, massive oaks. They had to cut them down. They broke, and they split, and and had the road blocked. But if you were to stand on the stump, it would be, 6 feet across, two of them. She had three of them, but two of them came down. Just another few houses from us. They're notorious are the pine trees. A gentleman had two 100-foot pine trees, probably maybe 30 feet from his house. Both trees came down and blocked the road. They go the other way, would have crushed his house. So it was just these massive, massive trees. And we got oaks. So, but they're okay. The wind got through them. You have to prune them or get them what they call hurricane, so the wind will pass through them. Otherwise, they will split or come down. But and like I say, we live in a community where there's a lake or a pond. Never seen it flood ever, never. And it, it the water just filled the lake. and it blocked the main road. Now we got other ways to get in and out, but it blocked the main road for 3 or 4 days. So the entire lake did cross it, and it's sad. There's a community that sat down low, would have no reason in the world, no reason in the world to think. I would have thought never in a million years would I think that they would have risk of flood from that lake. And the lake overflowed so much and it went down in and then just like a waterfall or whatever, it just filled their homes right up to the roof line. One gentleman, I think it was a multi-million dollar home. It was crazy, crazy, crazy. Hopefully no more. Hopefully no more. We do have to go through. So at this time of the year, the west coast of Florida, I think it's a La Nina year, they call it. So the west coast gets the storms, the west coast of Florida, the Tampa Bay side, or the west coast. We get them late in the year, October, and it's not until the end of November. Hopefully, we don't get any more. We are getting cooler weather, but so hopefully not. Ordinarily, as you know, they're coming in, on the front end of the year, July, August, they're usually coming in on the East Coast, and we get the remnants of it coming across. We've had the eyes go over us before, but not like this one. And so, like I say, even today, that storm was 10 days ago. There are people still without power. Not as many, not as many, but still some. But many don't have internet, which is kind of crazy. But we're very, very fortunate. Um, and of course, what happened to the folks up in North Carolina is staggering. These storms are just unbelievable, the power. Any questions on the market? Anything that you want to see? Let me give you some um, options opportunities. So if you're going to be looking tomorrow for some options, let me show you this tool is called the SMC Defined Risk Options Club Selector. And here are some option opportunities. Now, if you're thinking, hey, this market isn't going to pull back yet, Don, and I think I still want to play, looking for some long opportunities, these are the few here on the S&P 500 you might consider, and this is the configuration that you might consider. Now, where you put the credit spread exactly is up to you. If you have some option experience, and our Q School folks, we go through that with them, and which we're resuming. Those guys were very, very patient. We're resuming tomorrow. Looking forward to that. And over here on the dark side now, there's just a ton. So let me go through and show you. These are all the stocks over here. This is what it's suggesting going out 30 to 45 days, exactly where you place them and how, be up to you, but you can slow this video down. But this is the machine. This is what it's telling us. These would be the best opportunities. So something like Iron Mountain trading at 125, a little bit ridiculous, suggesting a call credit spread. I don't know. Now, double check and make sure that, none of these have earnings. Apple is suggesting flat out a put on Apple at 235. So, you know, you get some you don't have to do it right at the money, but there are some opportunities for you, and we'll slide this back to the intraday. There we go. A little quiet tonight. I got a phone call on Friday. I mentioned it in the video. A gentleman from Texas. His name is Juan. He called me and it's like, is this Bagger? I'm like, yep, this is Bagger Don, Stock Market Caddy. What can I do for you? Oh, well, it's just one. Now, Juan's not a member or anything. He goes, Juan, I've just been following you on YouTube and I know a storm hit. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm okay. Our family's okay. Okay. I just wanted to check and make sure you're okay. Thought it was very nice. Really, truly. Some wonderful people. He goes, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. And I said, yeah, we're fine. We'd be back up tonight. And so that's kind of a cool thing. Yeah. Hey, Mark. And Mark is saying, hi, I went to your website and was looking for an overview of Caddy and didn't see anything. Could you give a brief overview? Yeah, I'm happy to. That's kind of disconcerting though. Let me just go to the website here for a moment and I'm happy to. So I'm just kind of, but I'm just kind of curious if the website could it be down? I hope not. Okay. All right. So let me just bring this into view. So this is the website. And so if you do go, you can scroll down. We get some little video views down below. There's a little video here that explains some things, but I'm happy to. Um, this is about us. This is Susan and I. And and basically, and this explains the Q. This is our membership, and then this is something called Q School. So, but let me give you. If for some reason you're not getting access to that, let me know if we got a problem there. But to answer your question in a nutshell, um, maybe I start out by saying who I'm not. I'm not a broker. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not. For 25 years, I taught surgeons how to do surgery. And for the last 20 some odd, kind of the tail end of that, I was still doing it when Susan and I started on this endeavor. Susan worked for IBM and for Lotus Software. We started building out systems to trade the markets mechanically and ultimately robotically. That is the idea, Mark, so that we can get away from the emotions of fear and greed. We don't really care. For instance, we don't care if it's Apple, we don't care if it's Nvidia, we don't care if it's gold, we don't care if it's the S&P, we don't care if it's lumber. We're just trying to extract cash flow from the money flow. To do that, though, we primarily trade futures intraday, intraday, Reason being is they're highly liquid. The difference between the bid and the ask is very small. Um, they're leveraged, and we don't have to concern ourselves with the Greeks, and we can trade them mechanically and robotically. If we're going to go further out in time and from a few days to a few weeks or maybe even a few months, we're going to use options. We don't now we're using options on the underlying of stocks. We don't trade stocks intraday or even on a swing basis because they're not capital efficient. They're not liquid. We don't have the market access that we have with these other markets, particularly futures, and they're just not very tax friendly to do that. Now we will buy stocks to invest, whereby we're planning on building into a position to have for more than a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, that sort of thing. Then yeah, we will do that, but we won't use leverage there, right? But when we're trading, so we're trading intraday futures with leverage, but responsibly. And then we're trading 35 to 45 days generally, but it could be shorter. And we have members that certainly do. We're going to be trading options, nothing really too sophisticated. It's mostly defined risk options. And that's what we're doing. And I would arm wrestle you for the right mark to say that I'm not stupid. I'm not a stupid person. You would be listening to me if I was, but I would arm wrestle you for the right to say that I am the most ignorant person of any kind of market news. Mark Cuban knows much, much more than me, when it comes to the markets. He's much, much smarter, right? He's got billions and billions of dollars. I'm just going to track his money flow. So when that SOB starts covering his shorts on the yen, I'm probably going to stop buying yen and start shorting, some of the growth stocks, that sort of thing. But we're not really when we're trading intraday or even on a swing basis, we're not really doing, certainly intraday, we're not using any fundamental analysis to speak of. I hope that makes sense. We use TradeStation. And the reason we do is they have their own coding language. And so I'll just explain the membership. We have a monthly membership. It's month to month. It's $100 a month. You get a video view of all of the algos every night that are chock full with trading opportunities. And if a person wants to be an annual member, whereby they get all of our proprietary tools, including this radar. We have about 70 of them now. You have to go through what we call a Q school once. Takes about 3 weeks, unless you're in the middle, unless we get hit by a hurricane. Sorry, for Scott and Darian. They were just getting started. So, but they've been great, and we're going to resume that tomorrow. Um, and at the end of that Q school, if you get a good chance to see, many of the tools, if not maybe not all of them, but many of them. You get a better idea of what we're trying to do and what you're capable of doing. And then if you want to become an annual member at that point, we'll credit you back 30% of the cost of the Q school. And then you're an annual member, and we start sending you all of these programs for you to be underway. From one year to the next, the cost does not go up, the cost goes down. And we actually give you 1 month free for every year you've been with us going forward, so that we have folks that I just got a direct hit from the last hurricane. Well, where are you, Mark? Where are you? You in Tampa? Um, so there's a little bit of a delay there. But that's a little bit about, who we are. But, if you go to the website, definitely let me know if you're not able to access it. And if you got more questions from there, don't hesitate to give me a shout. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Oh, you're in Sarasota, Mark. Okay. Yeah, shit. Yeah, it was a mess, wasn't it? You okay? You okay? Whereabouts in Sarasota? Sarasota is just south of Tampa. Yeah, just south. Yeah, I know where it is. I live in Tampa. I live in Plant City. We get hammered. But not as maybe not as bad as on the coast, but we took a beating for sure. We're okay, but you know, the community and surrounding area took a beating. Okay, well that's good. You got and I assume you got power, you got internet now. Yeah, it was a mess. But then of course, you know, see, and this is the sort of thing that you know, unless you're in it, you know, like we have family up north and or you know, and everyone means well, I know that, and they'll say, "Oh, just leave," you know, but it isn't you can't really do that sometimes. You know, you know, we had dogs and you know, and you know, if you're in I mean, if you're in the water, you have to leave. I mean, there's no, but we weren't, right? Um but even still, you know, folks may say, "Hey, just leave." But if you leave, you may not be able to get back, right? And you know, it would have been days because there were millions of people that left and they couldn't get back because there was no gas, you know. So it was a mess trying to get back. It was crazy. Like for the first few days, we were just trying to go out. I mean, we had gasoline for our generator and we were just trying to stay ahead of it. And we got down to like the last, you know, few gallons. And so I had to wait in a line. Like it was ridiculous. It was 5 hours, 5 hours in line because we didn't know when the power was coming back, and the police were escorting the oil tank or the gas tankers in town. So they were like driving by us, and they're giving them an escort. And behind them, there are literally hundreds of cars. I'm like, where are they going? Because like we're in line, and there were hundreds of cars coming off the expressway trying to follow the gas tankers to get gas. It was just nuts. I was interested in what each of the columns, not specifics, just what is driving the analysis. Yeah, this is a tool that is called SMC, Stock Market Caddy, the Swing Machine Plus. And it's all proprietary code. It isn't moving averages, it isn't stochastics and MACDs. But the signal is coming from here. It can be done on any interval. And it's a trend identification. It's it's a trend identifier. Um, we teach folks to trade it in the direction of the trend initially, but you could also use it to trade as a counter trend because there's only four ways to trade: trend follow short, trend follow long, counter trend short, counter trend long. That's it. That's only four ways. Now there's a whole bunch of other tools that you can use, and we can use Swing Machine in conjunction with other tools. But this is what we use day in and day out to keep a view. And you can do it not just on futures, but you can also do it with stock. So let me just show you. Let me just go. Here's the S&P 500. Ready? All right. So here is the swing machine plus on the S&P 500. And we can I'm in a no evac zone. Yeah, well that's good. I'm glad you're okay. We're in the same. So I'm going to sort this. So the number one stock, the signal comes through long or short. The number one stock, what is this? This is Targa Res Corp. I don't even know what that is. Probably a recovery company, right? It's up 88%. Yeah, you would see this on a nightly basis, or it could be on your desktop. If you would have to go through the Q school, but if you become an annual member and you would have to have a trade station, and our members have this on their desktop. So let me just show you though. This is long and short. I'm going to scroll down, right? So this stock, it went long 184 days ago. A $10,000 investment is up 88%. The entry price, the date, the trend. and this is the fair gauge. So out of 500, how many stocks are profitable? So let's scroll down and show you. Down, I don't want to make you dizzy, but down, down, down. I'm going to do it fast. So they're long and short, but you can see that the percent return is green, 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 right? Green, green, percent return. So we come down. So out of 500 stocks, we're profitable in 406. We're flat in these. So out of 412 stocks, we're either up or flat. And then these, we are experiencing a little bit of a draw. And you can see them here. The worst one is FedEx, Auto, down 7%. Now, Swing Machine doesn't get, I don't want to present this. This is not, foolproof. It's not, I don't want to say it isn't a holy grail. The holy grail is you. There isn't no holy grail. It appears um, that it, you know, doesn't get any wrong, but it does. But the reason is it will kick them out. The losing when the trades go wrong, they'll kick them out. And it'll do it, so here's the Nasdaq 100 and let's do the percent return. Centos, 68% out of 100 stocks. I don't know why that moved on me. Um, Let me just scroll down this way. So we'll keep coming down. We're positive, long and short, right? And we can plug in any of stocks. So 76 are profitable, and we got one that's flat, and then the remaining 12 are underwater, but not by much because they'll kick them out. I mean, if this Pinduoduo continues to fail, he'll go short. So he has the machines have no ego. I've got to take a quick break and upload the nightly video to our members. Mark, thank you for your question. Be sure to visit the site, and if you have any questions, and I'm glad you came through, came through okay. Yeah, Sarasota, you were right on it. I think it came right in there, didn't it? And then came north, came right up on us. We were on what they call the dirty side, so it was probably just south of us, and it was not fun. Ted, Ted, Ted is my goal, and he keeps hitting my arm. Let me just see. Mark is saying, thanks. I would like to learn more about the acronym FLIGHT stands for, etc. I like this analysis. I just can't invest with black boxes, if you know what I mean. I just need to understand. Yeah, no problem. They're not exactly a black box. We spend a couple of days with our folks during the Q school explaining the logic and how swing machine works. So it's not exactly a black box, and it's only one of 70. So, but I understand. You're very welcome. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. You should be skeptical, and I think that's sign of a critical thinker, right? So you should be skeptical. And our memberships are set up so that someone doesn't, you can't sign up as an annual member. You have to go through the Q school, and that actually slows the process down, and we think that's a good thing. I got to run my boy out here. He's hitting my elbow. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was just outside with Ted. I'm a Forex trader who trades generally gold and USD, it looks like. I ask you for a strategy or something like that for gold. Um, well, we do. Um, I don't trade Forex, but we do trade currencies um, in the futures markets. Well, we might even trade them, in the with options. And when you say Forex, though, my guess is maybe you're overseas. So the biggest question for you would be, do you have access to TradeStation, the same version that we have here in the States? Um, because our systems will only work on TradeStation. So that's would be a prerequisite. Now, there are some countries in Europe that have it, and we have members there in in Hungary, in Israel, um, but some of the countries, no. Not sure what that is, what that's about. It could be regulatory. See, TradeStation is a phenomenal platform. Again, my background is in surgery. I like to describe it as a surgical tool, and it enables us to do programming, and it also enables us to trade robotically. I mean, there are companies even here in the States that are just not going to allow you to do that. Istanbul, so my country doesn't support. Yeah, same thing I think is in the case in India too. So, but you could certainly, as a monthly member, but you would see various markets. But yeah, that's too bad. I'm kind of new to algo trade. Can you make a profit after commissions? Um, well, I certainly hope so, right? Um, but I don't want you to think that because we're using machines, when you say algo trade, because you're using machines, that you're automatically going to make money. Um, that may or may not be the case. Um, we're using machines in the same way that a carpenter might use a skill saw, in the same way that a pilot might use, an auto flight, on his plane. Or maybe, one of the big stocks last week is Intuitive Surgical, a surgical robot. But you must be a carpenter to use those tools, right? The tools aren't going to build you a staircase. You still need to have acquired flight time to fly a plane, even though it has autopilot. And you still need to be a surgeon to use the surgical robot. So these are trading robots, but you must have good acquired trading skill, and you need to continuously hone and work on that. And you'll make them better, they'll make you better. But I don't want to give anyone the impression that because you have Swing Machine on your desktop that you're automatically going to make money. That I'm not I can't say that and I don't say that. Because one of my friends are a 6-year experienced ex-quant trader, and he says the algos make so much orders, and you get my point. Um, well, I think the markets are completely algoed, you know, and I think that's been the case for 30, 40 years, quite frankly. One of the most successful investors ever is actually a trader. It's Jim Simons, and he started quant trading in 1981. Fabulously successful. He's no longer alive. He started Renaissance Capital, much, much more successful than Warren Buffett. Thousands and thousands of percent. You look him up. Jim Simons, Renaissance Capital, 1981. Quant. But the thing is, let us share. It doesn't matter. Be careful when you say, a friend did this. It doesn't matter what anyone else does. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what Susan does. It doesn't matter what one of our members might do. It doesn't matter what Jim Simon. It only matters what you do, right? Good or bad. It only matters. I'm just gonna need to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back and forth. We're gonna let you watch, into the evening. It's very quiet right now, so there's not a whole lot happening here. Usually there is on a Sunday evening, but it seems like it's rather quiet. The normal session hours are early in the um, the morning, from about 3, 4 o'clock on. What it's born from, and I understand this. I understand where it comes from. A person will sometimes will get phone calls or emails, and they'll say, "Well, I want to know what your performance is. I want to know, and what that's born from is, the Wall Street community or Wall Street and Madison Avenue. They have people, shopping for mutual funds, and what is their performance and all that." Um, we're not managing anyone's money, right? We're not making specific recommendations to buy or sell anything. We're building these tools for ourselves. Not all the tools come from us, too, by the way. So we will program for our members. And we will do that at no cost. The the trade-off is it can go into our library, and we're going to trade it, and all of the rest of our members will trade it too. So, but these are deep, deep markets, right? So, um, but some people are prepared to do this, and some people are not, and it's okay, if a person isn't. I don't think this is for everybody. I don't. You have to be a rare bird. It really is. Um, and it has to be something you really, really want to do and have a passion to do it. And our members work very, very hard at it. But there's no, there'll be periods when things, are just working beautifully, beautifully, and it feels like a holy grail, and then not so. The holy grail really is you. It's the individual trader. Um, and some of our programs they'll come in and out of favor, and a lot of it has to do with what is going on in the market. It's like a sporting event, maybe in Turkey, maybe soccer is a big thing. I'm not a big soccer player, but I imagine they run plays. You just can't run the same play over and over again. It's very dynamic. It's changing on the field. Here in the United States, it's football. You just can't have quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak, quarterback sneak. You got to have some versatility and and understand the game. And So I couldn't go out and just, start kicking a soccer ball around and play real well if I don't understand the game. Any thoughts of developing something like this outside of, I found the data feed? No, at this point, no. No, we're not. We have way too much invested now. So, and why would I? You know, because they also have tools that nobody else has. So, no. And we're not trying to be, quite frankly, we're not trying to be all things to everyone. We're not going to have, thousands of members. We're not even trying to do that. We don't even really advertise to speak of. Thank you, Mark. I didn't realize it was Mark, but yeah. Hi, Cold Prime. Yeah, I'm here. Don is here. Bagger Don, Stock Market Caddy, if you're still here. I've been in and out, and we're giving folks a chance to see what we're up to. We've been doing this a long time. It hasn't been like it was just 6 months or 6 years. We've been doing this a long time, long before Twitter. And we've just been offline for about 10 days due to the hurricane in Florida. So if you have any questions, though, we just thought we'd give you a chance just to see what's going on. It's a pretty quiet night, right? So if you have any questions, I won't ramble on. But we just posted our nightly video for our members. We have a nightly video that we do every night for our monthly members. It's $100 a month. They get a video of all the algos from Sunday through Thursday. It's chock full of trading opportunities. If you know what to look for, we try to educate you as to what they're showing and how they work. Some of these algos are, we can explain to you exactly what they're doing, at least conceptually. Some of them are black boxes to us. They're multi-time frame, multi, they're a black box. It's not, everything isn't just a moving average or a stochastic that, too many folks get caught up in that, moving averages and a stochastic. Um, those things can get you in a lot of trouble. And but not everything is, a total black box. This particular tool, Swing Machine Plus, we spend, in Q School a good day explaining how this works, and we spend quite a bit of time on it. It's central to what we do, but we use it in conjunction with a whole lot of other tools. And it does not use moving average, doesn't use stochastics or MACDs or that sort of thing. And it can be used for futures intraday. It can be used on stocks on an hourly basis, on a 4-hour basis, on a daily, and therefore you can use it on for options. And we even have other tools. For instance, this is a radar that gives us our option trades for tomorrow. And here they are. So you might want to snap a picture. These would be trades out 30 to 45 days. And then on the long side, not as many. Clack, as an example. Any questions, let us know. Be sure to visit the site. There is some video instruction and some video explanation as to who we are and who we are not. Enjoy. Once again, it's rather quiet night. We're just getting back in the saddle here because of the communication disruptions in Tampa Bay. Put it that way, I guess, namely a hurricane. But so it knocked us offline for about 10 days. So we wanted to give everyone a chance to see. And we'll probably be doing a little bit more of this over the next week or two as we get reacquainted. But any questions? Um, the last video that we did actually was back on the 8th. The market was a little bearish there. Then it flipped. The VIX cautioned our members the very next night. Our annual members would have seen this, and it cautioned them the very next night that the markets were getting ready to run. We are seeing divergence, though. Let me just show again. Let me just show you this. I'm going to slide this to a daily view, the VIX. And the VIX on a daily is at minus 40. And I'm going to put the ES, the S&P on a daily. And if the markets were in proportion, the ES should be at 60. It's at 80, so it's ahead of itself. We think overly so. So it's a little overly optimistic. The likelihood is over the next 48 hours, the market is likely to pull back. If the VIX I'm sorry, the VIX up here, the VIX gets above this center point, starts moving this way, then we're going to get ourselves a nice pullback in the market. And that's what no, we're not talking about, we're not in here forecasting crashes and whatnot. We're traders. We trade. When we trade, when we trade from a few days to a few weeks, we're using options. When we trade intraday, we use futures. When we invest, we buy stock. That would be for years out. Make sense? I hope so. We'll see. Now, Mondays typically open up. I think particularly tomorrow, if they do, I think that's going to be an opportunity. And I think you'll probably see, well, we shall see. Please don't trade off of this. You shouldn't trade off of anything off the internet. You really shouldn't. But we're just doing this as an opportunity for you to ask questions, an opportunity to see some of the tools. And you can see, by the way, here's Bitcoin on a daily basis. It went long 7 days ago at 63,000 a coin. It's at 69, up almost 10% off of this signal. And we can do the same thing with Ethereum. Ethereum went long. Actually, it's trying to go long now. And but I think there's a real good likelihood that come Tuesday afternoon, you're going to see the start of a pullback. But we shall see, right? We trade our algos and they trade us. We go back and forth. They support us, we support them, and we help them get better. They help us get better. This is a Renko chart, and this is going all the way back. Let me just get this really right here. This goes all the way back to September 18th. This whole area in here, we just went no place sideways and then had this little short squeeze. And I don't think we're going much higher, but this has been long on it. And we just need to come down and take out this swing point. The bottom of the swing is 58.50, 58.50. Need to take that out next couple of days, maybe by Tuesday. You take that out, we can start making our way back down, get into here. We can take out 57.33, then we can make a run for 54.76. And if you're holding a put, the next 30, 40 days, and we go after that, that's going to be a very nice payday. Got to give yourself plenty of time with these options. Plenty of time. Meantime, very, very quiet, eerily quiet for Sunday. Very, very quiet. We'll let you watch. Any questions, let us know. If anyone has any questions, relatively quiet night tonight. But if you have any questions on the markets overall, or you want us to plug in your favorite stock on an interval of your time frame, feel free. And we're just getting some other work done, getting ready for the week. Don't hesitate. Okay, we're going to take that profit off the table. We're going to close it. When we put this up, it was 15 minutes ago. This position will be up 370. Just did that as an example. We will only be live for another 15 to 20 minutes, just to give you a heads up, and then we'll need to shut down YouTube. Be sure to visit the site, and any questions, let us know.